Well, I'm not sure whether I'm online or not. I think so. That was kind of a pain in the ass. So we still haven't closed the gap. My internet took a dump. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully things are streaming along back to normal here. God. This is a perfect example of my internet just took a sudden and immediate dump. And I was, it took me this long to scramble around, get it back, and then get a new stream set up and all that, Anton. Sorry for that inconvenience. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, Antonio. Of course, this is a perfect example. You know, I gotta never say anything bad about Agent Orange. You know, the minute I said something about front running, kaboop. Yeah, maybe not. This is a good example of, okay, this is my business. Let's assume that I'm infinitely successful, and then all of a sudden the internet goes out. I'm out of business. That's something to think about. Or for us to think about as traders. It wouldn't take long for people to shut this whole thing down. And I don't know how to get around that except for co-located servers and all that kind of thing. Of course, you can't get at them with these software platforms that we use, but at least this is a really, really, really good reason to emphasize, make sure that if you're trading live, all of your orders are server side, and always have brackets and stops and targets. That's about all you can do. Now, I don't know what happened here, whether it just instantly took a dump, but seems like I didn't reboot this particular machine. The others I did, but I did move the NIC from the 10 gig down to the normal one, so we'll see if that helps. Was that 10 gig wasn't coming back up. I had the other two machines online, but this one wouldn't, so I had to move that. I suppose AT&T lost part of its backbone, or who knows what. Okay, so where the hell are we? Let's see now. Let me refresh my data on IRT. I've reloaded everything. Downloaded, all the data. That looks pretty stupid there. Whatever that is doesn't look so good, does it? Maybe it's not quite up to speed yet. What the hell? Now what's going on? Well, I don't think the view period is that. So let's see whether that. Huh. What's going on here? This is turning out to be all I did was switch from the full session to RTH session to get those levels straightened out, and that doesn't seem to want to do much good. Huh. Okay, full session. That's right. Wait a minute. I might have shot off my mouth a little too quick that everything was going to be okay. Do a download again. Well, we've got the, I've got everything that's except the micros here seem to be plugging right along. Now, what I was doing was switch whenever I get these blops with the jumps with the with VWAP, for example, if I just go from full session or from day session to full session and back, those go away. I'm a little apprehensive to do that right now because that's all I had done over here. Huh. Well, let's do this then. Let's see what that does. What the hell is going on? I have no idea what's happening. The only real disappointing part about this is where the session prices and everything is coming pushed from. So Net'll be having a stroke, I suppose. Let it download and see what happens. I'm getting ready to have an IB high here. And it is, wait, I guess we already did, maybe. No, we didn't. There's the IB from back here before 9:30. So here it would be the IB high. Now this data is all a mess. Big gaps everywhere. It's trying to get a download, so we'll just let it think. Here's my daily warning: don't trade towards a statistic. There's a perfect example. Boy, we're just going to take this IB high. I just know it right here, and you get long, and then it comes down and stops you out, and turns around and goes the other way. It's about normal. We are going to take the IB high, I would guess. There we go. Like right there, for example. Okay. Whoop. Wrong button. Sorry about that. I can do nothing here at the moment. This is the pullback zone. And then up to the trigger, and this is the pullback zone right here. And there we're firmly in the pullback zone. Now, if it comes up here to the trigger, I would be normally expecting a short. This is just not downloading properly. I'm going to kill IRT and bring it back up, see what happens. That ought to short somebody's. Or it's trying to think, or it's trying to do something. It ain't. Responding isn't what it's doing. What a pain in the ass. Oh well. Been an exciting 2 days, huh, boys and girls? Didn't close the gap. Took the IB high. Took the IB failure essentially, but without my trigger. So I would hope that somebody who is less granularly, is that even a word? I don't know. Fixated as I am, was short. I'm just happier than a pig in the mud. You know, there's 9 handles, 10. All it's got to get is 12, and that would be T1 and 2 for me. I'm going to let this thing think for a while here and see what happens. All right, now let's see what we can do over here. Ridiculous. Well, I should have just taken a long weekend or something like it. Yeah. Historic. I don't know whether anybody sees this. If you've got IRT, this is what happens if it takes a dump on you. I'm going to check the database. Okay, that's typically what it says. Continue to start up. What I will do now is run the data wizard, and I'll do the full maintenance just in case. Okay. And typically it'll start downloading over here, unless it thinks it has already. Okay. Turn on the data. Now we're going to get some downloading going on. See where it shows the expiration that cute for each contract? Okay, download in progress. Well, get your download going there, buddy. Here's another real reason why it's a great thing to trade from an app just online. You could even be on your phone. Whenever that downloads it's done, I'll go back over there and see what happened. I discovered something last night, which was another brick in the wall, I guess. When I'm doing like the opening range thing, which is got to do with where a candle opens or a bar opens, wicks, closes, all that kind of stuff, I typically, and I want to watch it on Bookmap and trade it, I need to do this because it's way too confusing for me. So these would be 1 minute candles, right? And I would think, okay, it's going to do this and do that, and whatever those things are. I discovered last night going tick by tick on these candles against IRT, they don't match. Typically, the high and low is the same, but the open and close is not. And in the case of that opening range, for example, which was specifically yesterday, it took a trade, and I wanted to replicate that and trade it in the replay on Bookmap, and never got the signal because the close was in the wrong spot. And, it's like, oh, great. I don't know what to do about that now. There's a new one. It's just amazing. And I'm really conscious of the fact that getting too frickin' complicated is the quickest way to shoot yourself in the foot. That's why I try to be as simple as I can be, I think. Now let's see what happens if it's due downloading. Let's see what happens. Well, that's not very good. That's pretty much taken forever. Okay. Okay. Well, at least it seems like that one's running. Heading for that gap close up here now. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I guess it's relatively early. Oh yeah, it's really relatively early in the session. There we go. This is just magnificently disappointing. The whole goddamn layout's gone for my micros. Oh man. That is just... And of course, all the crap I don't care about is working like $1,000,000. Shut that thing off. It's still not responding. You see this? How long it's taken to shut this chart down? Wow, that's just magnificent. I'm going to have to rebuild this entire... One of the things that's really annoying to me, wow, I should say, I guess I couldn't say it. Now, this looks like something's going to happen over here. This is a saved layout, okay? But there's no place I can go find the complete layout to reapply it. I've got to put in every one of the charts and every one of the quote pages myself again. Really, really annoying. Or if either one of you guys or anybody knows how to do that, let me know. I've looked all over hell and gone, and I don't see these saved layouts anyplace in the configs or any of that stuff. Maybe. I mean, it's not like it's the end of the world, right? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows, but it's just annoying. Boy, that's... How the hell can that happen? No. There we go. A big pop through the gap. I guess somebody said something. Got to be careful what I say here so I don't lose my internet again. Oh, man. Boy, that is disappointing. And the extra irritating part about this is I always have to stop and think about if I've got the export data stuff all configured properly on these saved charts, because I fall into a trap of I fall into the trap of let's see here. You know, stuff goes along and you can sometimes lose. It's not the one. I'm still having a big problem there. Well, this is working out real well. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, thought I put that in there, but maybe not. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's extra disappointing. Wow.
Slow computer.
Jesus Christ, look at this. What happened here? I got a volume spike. I got a volume spike of 35 points in a second. Holy crap. I'm only watching it on Bookmap here, of course, but look at this noise.
Slow computer.
Yeah, no kidding. If you're on the right side of it, it's a great pop. Well, I guess I can do all my little chores over here now. I can. This one here is now black. It was revisited. And the same up here. Oop. Oh, excuse me, I couldn't get to the mute quick enough. I hope you're not deaf. And now down the other way. Up we go, down we go. Everybody dance. Jesus Christ. Maybe start trading the DAX or something. The footsie here. Something. The Nikkei, maybe that would be the one to trade. Something that's 12 or 13 hours.
Slow computer.
Diametrically 180 out of phase from here. So let's see if this brings this back up now. Will you come back up? No, layout is empty. Well, that's great. Oh. Well. Wait, I don't want that. I'll come in here and being all sexified and then, just blowing me a kiss. That don't work.
Slow computer.
Well, I'm still trying to rebuild this thing. What happened there? What was that? Let's see if I can find some news that still works. Oh, I got to set those all up too. Never mind. Well, maybe I can get the music to work anyway. Maybe I'll change from a trading deal to just a radio station. What do you think? Good God. Pretty crazy. So let's see. Yeah, Microsoft is losing its losing or lost its edge. I don't see what news caused that pop. Does anybody else know? Yeah. And settlement, of course, but yeah, you're those levels 1.5 and 2 are pretty yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess. That's why somebody started watching them to start out with, I suppose. Now, if I can figure out what charts to get open here, we'll be all set. Where did the damn market profile chart go? Now we go down the other way. Wow, there's some, this is some bit of your spurs on kind of deal here. That's 17 handles in, I don't know, seconds or less. Holy crap. I've only got one more chart to find here and I'm all set if I can find the market profile. I come up with all these wonderfully clever ways I'm going to name stuff, and then, of course, the minute I turn around, I forgot what the hell they were and why I did that. I've got to just group this stuff in so that I don't have these issues anymore. Where did the market profile go?
Slow computer.
Oh, I know what I can do here. I think. Yeah, that's the ESM. EPO split session, okay. Okie dokie. And why these are not exactly lined properly. Oh, but we can fix that pretty quick, I think. Well, there you go. I think. No, not completely, but close. And now well, that was fun. Still a little goofy over here, but layout wise. That's good enough for the girls I go with right there. Now what's happening over here? The minute I get this all figured out, it's going to fall on its head again. And I'm hoping to Christ that all of this is working out right. It seems to be, because here are the annual volume nodes, and the session prices seem to be in the right spot. So I guess I'm winning, maybe. Did they take out that POC? Oh, not quite. Wow. That was fun. Yeah, that's crazy. If you're able to pick some numbers off of that ATAS and something work, that's good for you. What do you do? Don't have you left yet? No, Antonio, you're still. Are you still executing on your book, Top Step Live? Are you using Top Step X? Because that's good for you. I mean, at least it doesn't fall over. As long as you got the internet browser up. A lot to be said for that. Yeah, I mean, look at this crap. $65.99, 67, 65, 66, 27. So, 30 handles, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye. I think the VIX is way up, isn't it? I was listening to Sosnoff and his partner, whose name I never remember, and that chick on the new show they've got called One Lucky Dog. Now that he's pulled away from Tasty, they were talking about trading in the VIX and whatever else. Jesus. Nice. 10 in the morning and I'm worn out here doing all this. Clambering around under my rack, changing the nick and whatever else. Looks like everything's, fingers crossed, sort of back to normal here, I hope. Save the bejesus. It doesn't seem to matter, like I save this crap all the time, and something happens like that and it forgets those layouts a lot. I'm going to have to. I can save as, and I think that's what I should just do as a backup for each one of them. And it isn't very long to Doesn't take very long to put them back in, but the thing I'm always the most worried about are the export things because and I'm not sure that that's correct now, actually. Export data, yeah, there's two, okay. And who knows what's going on in algorithm world over here. Well, let's get rid of those fractals. And look at this noise. Ha! That's pretty funny. Not. The best part of this is, at this moment right now, there has not been a signal that would fall under within my, my requirements, because it requires 2 bars to be trading in the same direction towards the IB high, for example, and there are none. Here's 2, but they don't take the IB. IB, no. IB, nope. 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 That's pretty amazing. So yeah. Lucky. And who knows what happened over here? What'd you do? Did you make a lot of money or what? No, you lost your butt. Okay. So I'm going to just take this off, or I'll leave it on. What's the difference? What is the difference? We got no lags. That's pretty phenomenal. No lags and no signals, so that's holding its own. Well, I don't know, guys. What are we going to do here? How are we going to make money? One trade. That's all I need. One trade a day. Obviously, I have, convert over back to micros or minis, but seems pretty. When you say it fast like that, and you hear these, some YouTuber, well, this one trade and you're done by 10 and it sounds so easy, and it sounds believable, completely plausible. And why is that not necessarily the case? I don't know. Me no know. Me no know, Everybody on Static. Okay, this thing's getting a little nutty. I'm going for a walk. Harry says, I'm going to throw on my studded runners and go for a 5K. Yeah, it's like, wow. Justin got one out, looks like. I'm not paying attention. I'm just making sure everything opens up. There. So I got the stream back on. There doesn't seem to be a way. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a. Oop, where's the mouse go? There we go. Yeah, those levels are pretty amazing. So what have we got? Actually, we got, well, let's look at the beginning of the day, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the RTAs. Yeah. And I don't have those. I keep clicking the wrong button there. I don't have the. I can't even get this stupid thing to work right. When there was price action like this, oops, let's get that somewhere else. When there's price action like that, I mean, you know, pretty much if you just went long quickly, if you're standing there ready and on it fast enough and got long quickly, you're bound to get some retracement off a huge V bounce like that. But the thing that bothers me always is what precipitated that movement. Because, you know, if you had the same philosophy yesterday at whatever the hell time that was, you were buried because it never turned around. It kept doing this. Oh, I don't know. Riding that double, riding that 2 standard deviation there. Now there's a guy that claims he's an arbitrage expert and started out life 30 years ago as a market maker. Everybody did that, right? Or had a mentor that was somebody or something. That whenever you get to these kind of deviations away from the mean or away from the baseline, that you get a snap back. He says that's the whole philosophy of arbitrage trading. Some guy named Steven, I don't know. Listened to something I was jabbering about last night. And the problem with these people are, you know, there's an old guy. Maybe he's just conned his way into making a nice retirement income off of people that are less experienced, I guess. It just blows my mind that you can't bump into somebody that's actually telling the truth. You know, this is what I do. This makes this. Here's the statistics about that. Here's what you need. No. I have not, or at least I've not been able to do it yet. That's kind of one of the motivations for doing this is at least it's completely transparent and honest. The backtesting is the backtesting, and if it looks like something's good, I'm going to be the first to say so. Or the other way around. I don't really, either one of you guys or any of you guys ever bumped into anybody or any of those things that actually checked out and are real? Where they really, take the trades. And my first, I guess it's, my first, the minute I realized that they never trade live in its rearview mirror, I just suddenly discount about 50% of what I'm hearing. Probably a prejudice that's not good. Yeah. It's like there's somebody wrote a book. How do you be an internet, a YouTube guy or guru or whatever, and it was a very short book, but it had about 3 things in it, and everybody seems to follow that recipe pretty darn close. It's pretty funny. Or the older ones now, like this guy I was just mentioning. I was a market maker, and I'm an arbitrage expert. I was a market maker 30 years ago, and I'm an arbitrage expert. Well, okay. Yeah, that mentor thing. Everybody has a mentor that was a market maker, it seems like. My big thing is, well, if it's like that money talks and bullshit walks. If you don't trade live, I'm not interested in what you got to say, because my daughter can look back in the rearview mirror and come up with a gazillion trades. So I think that's my basic cutoff. Yeah, I've only joined or paid to get in one room, and that was back about 2015. It's the one I talk about learning market profile. But the deal was, Pete Davies at Jigsaw said, well, this guy JP was actually a local on the floor in the bond pit, and he gives a market profile training, kind of a course. Shows you all the different things. And JP was pretty clever. He wasn't educated at all, but if you go to the CMB or CBOT, I think it is, maybe it's CME now, they have a book published by Steenbacher on market profile. You can buy it, you can read it, you can do the whole thing. And that's exactly what he did. And then he cooked up this online kind of coursey thing that he would do every 6 months or something. And basically go through the principles that were put forward in that book, like the opening types and all the various ones that Steenbacher talks about in the book. So, but that's the only one I ever paid for. Oh no, I lied. I paid for a mentoring thing one time from, whatever he calls it, from Jim Dalton, because it was advertised, and he spent a lot of time talking about it. Was his last, what does he call, intensive. He was hanging up his quote, "I'm hanging up my trading hat for my fishing hat," and all this kind of shit. And I thought, well, I want to hear more about the market profile, so I paid whatever that was. And 6 months later, he was doing it again. He's just a complete scam guy like the rest of them. And he did not develop market profile at all. It was Steenbacher. So, yeah. Those are the two things I've paid for. Okay, thanks, babe. I got to say, I did learn, the market profile principles and all that stuff from JP, so I don't have a problem with that. I can't say I learned anything from Dolan. I learned not to pay for shit, that's for sure. But all these gurus and people on YouTube now that have paywalls and paid stuff. The guy I was talking about, the guy with this opening range thing that was easy to copy. Easy for me to understand the parameters of. I was a market maker and I'm an expert in all this kind of crap. I've never seen him trade live, and I actually asked in one of the video things, do you ever trade live? Do you ever trade this? No response. Well, if you want his what do you call that platform? Trading View indicator, or his courses on, I guess, $3,500. Well, and don't take many of them, and you're doing pretty good. And I got to give it up for them if they're good enough at bullshitting and whatever to get people to pay $3,500 for something that they never trade live or show any kind of indication that actually works in a live market. I got to give it up. That is more influence or whatever than I've got. Got to say that. That isn't much, but that's not much recommendation, but I do have to give the devil the dues. Yeah, it's what I thought too. I went to his site thinking that there was I might be able to glean a little bit more info, just reading the chart or whatever, and that's not what I thought. Jesus, well, I got you figured out. And good for him. I have no idea, of course, how many people buy that thing, but I guess it wouldn't take many. I worked out one time with that JP that I was talking about way back when. I forget what he charged. I think the whole course was like $1,500 maybe. But then you were a member of his room where he would, trade live, but not on screen. He'd scream that he was long, and some guy'd be going, JP's long, JP. He's long the IB, IB 1.5 or what, I can't think of the correct name of some of the old market profile. Setups, but and then he'd start then a few months would go by and he'd start the next class. And you had to kind of sit and listen through all this class stuff every time, which was no problem. He didn't have any problem doing that. It didn't take me long to figure out that if he did about 3 classes a year, he was making about $65,000, $75,000 a year just giving that class, and probably wasn't trading. And I guess if you were genuinely helping new people learn something, that's okay. Yeah. There's another one that's going around that I mentioned something to before here, I think. Algo One. If you see any of these ads, they swear up and down. You get a prop account like Top Step, and they say Top Step right up front. Like Top Step, and they guarantee you'll get a payout in 30 days. I forgot to mention that they guarantee you get a payout within 30 days, and you don't pay them a penny until you get your payout. Then that's taken from your payout, some percentage. And I actually Googled Top Step kind of to see about their rules about algo trading and stuff. It says it's legal. Now, it just smelled so much like a scam to me, I couldn't believe it. But it's called Algo One. Holy shit. Well, some of these guys, like this Carmine guy and those kind of people, charge tens of thousands of dollars to be in the room and mentoring and all this kind of thing. Yeah, it's freaking staggering. I mean, I could teach somebody market profile or probably even volume profile well enough to confuse them if I could just get them to pay 40 grand. I'd only need to have, what, 3, 4 of those, and I'd have as much as I used to make in my job, and then I'd be pretty happy. Imagine forking over 40 grand. That's a crypto guy, I guess, or a smuggler. My brain immediately goes to, where did they get that 40 grand? But in the scheme of things, one of the things I've discovered, I was talking to my son about it yesterday, I think. Being away from America for so many years and then coming back, I am, every day of my life here, I'm in culture sticker shock. What I used to think was a good income is basically chump change nowadays. I just saw something on the news. JD Vance is starting to gear up, fundraisers. He's going around doing fundraisers, and they're sponsored by Thiel, of course. They had one in Austin, Texas, yesterday. $100,000 per couple. And you got a dinner and your picture, you could have your picture taken with JD Vance. Well, I guess somebody that's in a similar range that pays 40 grand to be taught how to trade, I guess they figure it's, reasonable. People like that Rogan make millions of dollars a year. Yeah, I'm just the world left me behind while I was gone, I guess. Pretty surprising. Yeah, I know. What's his name? Carmine, whatever his name is, doesn't teach. He doesn't do volume stuff, I don't think. I've never listened to him. A couple of guys in Static were talking about the fact that they thought he was a real deal and good. I mean, I have no idea if they belong to whatever it is he has to belong to or not. I do also notice that where I go, the purpose of this stream here is something completely different. It's my journal, but none of these people stream. It's a video. And in most of their cases, it's not a video capture of a live stream. That's why they're rear view mirroring it. Well, yeah, here we did this, and you see how my entry was there. I actually caught that guy I was talking about with this. I'm a market maker. He says, well, you're going to enter, we're going to enter here right about the low of that bar. Well, wait a minute. How did you know that that was the low of the bar until it closed? You know? In other words, complete bullshit. That's why I was disappointed when I discovered last night that the open and close on the candlesticks in IRT, in Bookmap, are different than IRT, which kind of really screws me up. So let's figure out a way to make a trade a day, and everybody online here take our chips and go to the beach. We'll all go over to Antonio's and eat some bacalhau and dance kizomba, drink Sagres. I think Sagres was only an Angolan beer. I don't think that came out of Portugal. Maybe it did. One thing's for sure, life is short and you're dead a long time. So to find an easy way or a relatively stress-free way to do this and have a moderate but sufficient income is important. Important goal. And again, it seems, especially when you look in the rearview mirror, it seems so simple. Like, yeah, I can take, X amount out of the market a day, a month, a week, whatever it is. What is that, like 10 handles or whatever, until it comes time to doing it. Well, Antonio, report back what pearls of wisdom Tom's got to impart about today. I was going to listen to yesterday and see. I saw when I do my T-Lab snap in the mornings, I saw where they were all still, including Tom, made some comment about I'm flat now yesterday evening. So they were riding that whole day, I guess. He was. Yeah, I agree. That's snake oil. And I suppose we've bought into that dream to a certain degree. Also, I remember when I first heard about trading, this, I'd known about trading since I was, 20 or something, when stockbrokers and penny stock and all that stuff. But I mean, this kind of thing where we had access to the data and all those things. The first thought I had was, this is the most fantastic opportunity I've ever had in my life. Because there's no boss, there's no regulation, there's sky's the limit, there's no upside cap. So you can do it, till you can't see anymore or whatever. And I still pretty much believe that, but well, I'm starting to think, it's just the fact that it is easily achievable is the part that's they don't tell you so much about. Oh man. Oh egg, oh egg. And I don't know about you, but I work at this at least 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Wow. The weekends is not so long, but I work every day to do with it. And during the week, I'm standing here for 7 hours, basically. That's streaming for 7 hours a day. And not that I'm always standing up here at the moment, but and then before, I'm up a little before 6 and I'm on doing it then. And then I do the backtesting and stuff after that. So yeah, 9 to 5, not so much. You don't get the freedom of 9 to 5. You got 12 to 12, right? Got to work on the ranch. We used to call it can to can't. Yeah, I got to work can to can't today. It's done up to sundown. I suppose this is a bar trade, a bar thing setting up. We've got a distribution here and a, what's going on? Man, it's so far away from the IB high now. It's just, I forgot how to spell it. Wow. Here we are. Way, and it's not even. There we go. Way up there. And then you see, guys, another one that is that feeds into that is like Top Step, this Top Step TV thing. I don't know, Anton, if you're familiar with it. I'm sure Antonio is. Wait a minute here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's something that if you've ever listened to a guy called Iron Trading on YouTube, he's a young guy that I just like. I don't like it when he gets into exposing fraud so much, but he's pretty funny. You know, he's obviously educated and intelligent, and has got a funny sense of humor that I appreciate. But yeah, he's often points out when he's exposing some of these people who he considers to be frauds. They got some pretty amazing tricks, you know, like he points out, I don't know what all he does, you know, you can listen for yourself, but has done a screen capture of somebody, something or another, and then when they come back, after he says something, they come back online and say, well, show me where the deal is, and he points out to them that they had photoshopped the results of that day or whatever else. It's pretty incredible. Seems like a hell of a lot of work, you know, but I guess they make so much money doing that's the way. I guess. I just want to take a couple trades and, you know, be a nice guy. Here we are at yesterday's IB low, just banging up and down all over it. Banging up and down all over it, he said. Yeah, I think my perhaps an unjust decision, but if somebody doesn't trade live, I just pass right by them. I think that's just the ultimate. And apparently they have ways figured out to scam that too, but I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah. Well, I do it because of this. I, you know, got my stuff I want to do homework-wise, but yeah, in the middle of the day, I go for a walk or whatever else. You got to have a balanced life, like I usually, my little stint at the end of the day about you being the most valuable piece of equipment in your trading office. You have to have a balanced life and take care of yourself. I spend more time in the homework period. You know, I'm watching the trading, of course, and hope and need to figure out a way to get some sort of setup that gives me daily trades for sure. The IB trades used to be pretty good about that until the volatility got so out of control. And then it's more, the evenings are more the backtesting stuff, trying to vet whatever that setup is. And if I have any trades, I definitely review them. Well, haven't got the overnight high yet. I don't even have the stat in there. What a bad little pig. Let me just do that. 31.4% of the time. One of the handy little things that IRT does is they conveniently highlight the correct open type after the open, of course, but it's, you know, confirmation. And then you notice how some of the text is black and some is blue. All of the levels today, which have been revisited here, have been highlighted blue. So that's a substantial number of them. Well, previous high. Can that be true? Previous high is 11.8% of the probability. But wait a minute. I think we've already gone through there, haven't we? Mm-hmm. No. Not yet. There we go. Wasn't thinking right, sorry. One of the things that I'm starting to, I don't know whether I should say starting to fear or regret or understand or whatever else, but it seems like the more I struggle to vet some trades like the IB or this other thing and stick to my guns about only trading vetted setups and all that stuff, it seems like the people who seem to be doing all right trading are trading discretionarily, using discretion more so than statistics. And maybe I'm just pissing in the wind, you know, which is pretty disappointing possibility. Well, they're going to keep dorking around over here till they get down to the IB again. Imagine that. Unless the great pumpkin was something else to share with the world. The thing that I find especially funny, not funny, but yeah, about that kind of a thing like yesterday. Within minutes, it's completely disproven to be a fact. In other words, just some next thing dreamed up by that guy. But no real dramatic reversal. No, I guess it's kind of like that time I used to use for that day I used to use for an example of random risk, unrecognized risk back a couple of months Friday when at 10 o'clock in the morning when he made a post about something about China and he was going to put 150% tariff or something, and the market sold off 229 handles. Well, turns out China hadn't done that. Turns out he didn't do that. So I guess the market was looking for a precipitant to make that move, like yesterday, I guess. I don't know. Of course, and then of course there was a lot of people that had the inside scoop that made a lot of money. But the point I'm thinking about here is that within hours, minutes almost, hours for sure, it was obvious that whole thing was just completely something in his imagination, having nothing to do with the truth. But the market didn't go well. Boom, down we go. Do you mean in terms of pay somebody to teach you how to do that? Or that you would need to make from the skill to be life-changing? And that's, if it's the former, well, that's the whole question. I mean, that's the sales pitch, right? Of course. Well, here we... If I had a a system here that was consistently making me money, I wouldn't change this site at all. I'd be happy to be helping people that came here and figured it out and took advantage of it. I wouldn't try to sell it for anything. I would be happy to be able to help someone up. Unless they had on a red ball cap, then that thing's gonna be real expensive. No, seriously. I would feel real good about that. I'd be very happy about that. I heard a pretty interesting statistic yesterday or last night or something, but now I can't remember in relationship to what, but as soon as it comes swimming back through my brain, I'll let you know what it was. It was a pretty phenomenal I can't think of what exactly it was in reference to. So essentially some company they were making their valuation, predictions based. Maybe I want to say the AI crap, but I don't think that's really it. I'll think about it, and I hope. Based on, so many billion people uptaking the service and paying the $59 or whatever it was a month or some crap like that. Whatever the fee was. The reality number, which was quoted, which I was really surprised, there is just barely 1 billion people on the earth right now that make more than $53 a month. The greater majority of the people on the earth do not. Which makes some kind of a projection about the, first of all, that was shocking statistic to me, period. But second of all, this outfit was making these grand claims about how they were going to be worth, how they were worth X amount of trillion. It might have been, I tell you what it was. I know exactly what it was now. It was this Starlink SpaceX bullshit deal. That there are not enough people on the earth that make that much money a month to make those numbers real. I have no clue. I'm just spouting off something. But anyway, I was from the Financial Times or somewhere, so it wasn't like Joe Rogan or something. So I don't ever listen to any of those kind of things, but yeah, pretty strange statistic. Well, what are you going to do now? You're going to get the IB, you're going to get a fiddle fuss around this first standard deviation, or what are you going to do? Who you going to call? Yeah, it was to me too. I had never thought about it in those kind of terms. When you hear these guys spouting off a trillion, it was because most of those guys are shooting for a like $1 or $2 trillion valuation on the IPO or some Jesus thing like that. They throw around $1 trillion now, like it used to be 100 grand. That's why I'm saying I'm in such sticker shock. Anyway, yeah, I thought it was interesting too. It's like, well, that's a real valid, down to earth way to analyze that there isn't enough people on the frickin' earth that make that much money to make that a true statement. Pretty amazing. Yeah, I was away for too long, I guess, and the valuation and the world and the stuff passed me by. I was still stuck back in the days when 100 or 150 was a lot of money. It was a good salary. I think you make that a Wendy's now. Would you like fries with that? That's a 75 grand, I guess. I don't know. Oh, are we going to get a breakout and retest here? Is this a bar trade? Oh. I'm going to have to figure out, I guess, discretion, because I can't, I don't know, can't's a bad word to use, but pretty tough for me to be able to code up and backtest. Like for example, perfect example, I wouldn't really know how to exactly code up this, consolidation and breakout to this previous consolidation, and then is it gonna, what's it gonna do? I think Rod and those guys would say it was gonna break lower, but I don't know that. That wouldn't be in alignment with context, which would be tough for me. But it is bumping its head on that second standard deviation up there. So, short, baby. Get short. I wish I could find the paperwork from those days of JP. That's in the days when I was doing everything on paper and printing it out. I had all of those opening types and trades that come from that CME book, or CBOT, whichever it was. Can't imagine where they would be. They probably got lost in the shuffle of the move. Yeah, I too am going to step away here. Time for some sun and shower and those kind of things. Keeps your powder dry, that's about all I can say. Weird markets we're having today. At the moment. The drifter in chief is busy on weird things. And okay. I don't have anything on there. Nope, okay.
Slow computer. Slow computer.
Well, it looks to me like more of the same. Wow. Huh. Jesus. Well, boy, oh boy, this has been one fancy day here. Well, it seems that the great and powerful Trump is through talking, so that's good. It's a shame that they're not pulling this stuff into financial juice anymore. That's really disappointing to me. This is pretty interesting here. Oh, there we go. What the hell is that? What is that? Why is that doing? Well, there's a double winner. IB continuation short. No, high. Failure. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. IB failure. And an IB continuation that took a scratch. That didn't make any sense. Well, I guess I'll have to start sticking around to lunch and stop going out for a, a little break. It's 2 days in a row now there's been successful double winner trades taken off at the lunch hour, the 12 to 1 hour. I typically stay a long way away from there, but I'll see what happens. Oh. Here? This doesn't, I don't think this is right. No. There's a big discrepancy in what's going on between Bookmap and IRT. That candle is 1241. A minute. There's no signal here. Wow, this is really screwed up. It is really starting to differentiate. I mean, there's a real problem here, it seems to me. Oh, man, that's terrible. Well, that's something to look at tonight. I don't know exactly what to think about. Wow, it's 14:30 already, 14:25. Wow, the power hour. Sorry about that. Typically, I go through the how I approach trading and the backtesting around 1400. So basically, I approach trading as a business of probabilities, leaning on the law of large numbers to manifest an edge, as opposed to gambling or just arbitrarily taking trades wherever. This is, I accept that this is a random environment, and that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's statistically proven. So, discretion, I'm trying to rule discretion out and use it, approach it systematically and from a probabilistic point of view. Basically, where that comes from is the best traders in the world all seem to agree that's the correct approach. So I'm thinking that would be good people to follow. Tom Sosnoff, Jim Simmons, Van Thorpe, Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, and pretty much everybody that you listen to long enough, you'll hear will get around to talking about occurrences and trade small, trade often, and that kind of thing. That's what they're talking about. So I've identified, the first thing you have to do, of course, is identify a regularly occurring pattern that hopefully occurs frequently enough that you can use it for, it's meaningful for you, not once a year or something. And I've done the IB continuation, and I'm working on this other opening range thing. And then you select enough, you determine parameters that will validate an entry. And that's what I've done over here. So these are the rules that would do this. And it's the initial balance trade. There are, the chart here is just for me to visualize what's going on. And, you know, that these rules are happening when and where I think they should. It doesn't have any real connection to the two, other than now that I've sent this to the chart. When something happens, there's an indicator in here called whatever one, trade system indicator, and it will plot those things here. These lines and pullback zones and things are just custom indicators that I built right here, and these are just indicators built that accurately follow or represent the levels that are required in the rules. And the rules are simple. There's only 2 trades associated with each of the initial balance levels. There's initial balance failure, which the price comes up, takes out the initial balance, can't get going up the top, and fails. The other one is it comes up, takes the initial balance, and trades off on a continuation. Simple. That means that there is a continuation and a failure, or a mean reversion and a continuation trade for both associated with the IB high and the same 2 trades the low. And that's all there is to it. The computer evaluates every one of these rules every 1 minute bar. So to backtest the system, if you're going to backtest it in accordance with, statistical best practices and have something meaningful, the rules have to be exact for each trade that you include in the sample set, or the subset of occurrences. If they're not, then you're comparing apples and oranges, so you're kidding yourself. Well, I couldn't do that manually over a significant period of, number of trades, and I'm talking 500 days, 900,000 trades. There's no way. So I backtest with this 500 days. There you go. The reports I want. Session. Okay. Boom. And there we go. 498 days, 9 seconds for the computer to evaluate every one of those rules over every 1 minute bar, of which there are 223,544 bars. There's 876 trades. There's the profit, long, short, favorable excursion, adverse excursion. There's 538 winners, $131.84 average winner, $12.70 average loser, 149 of them. There's 41 consecutive winners and there's 5 consecutive losers. Now, the reason this doesn't say 75 is because at T1, the system is trailing the stop to entry. And I set that up in the configuration over here. Right here, 12 tick stop, 12 tick entry, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. At 12 ticks, trails to entry. It trails to whatever I put down here, and in this case it's 0, so that trails to entry. If I wanted to trail this to 12 to T1, I could do so, or whatever, right? Now on top of that, come on. This is a pretty interesting report. This is every one of the 872 trades, or however many there were. The exact date, time of entry, the entry type, and the exit types. Every one of them. Back to March 21st, 2024. And last but not least, there is the equity curve based on the plot of the equity curve, right? Which is, come on. There you go. Now that is a back test that you can hang your hat on and vet. I take it one step further by going here, and then I enter the data in this spreadsheet I cooked up. Every one of each line here is a back test. Days, trades, win, average winner, average loss, scratch, etc. Win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk to reward ratio, profit factor, consecutive days, MFE, MAE. And if you want to, you can do Sharpe ratio and Sortino and everything else. With that data, you actually have something that you can lean on and know that you have a statistic or an edge or not. And I believe that's the way to approach trading. It's, by the way, that's the same business model as a casino. That's why you often hear the joke, you know, be the house or whatever, people make that comment. That's what they're referring to. A casino will play no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified to have an edge. And very specific rules. Then, when it's on the casino, when they've rolled it out to the casino, to the public, their only mission in life is to play the game as many times in 24 hours as they can, because the maximum, the more occurrences you have of that edge, the law of large numbers will manifest that and grow that number to your bottom line. So there you go. That's my way I'm going at this. Yeah, you too. Thanks, Anton. Have a great one. It's pretty crazy out there. Did you see that thing about the Fed? I'm not sure whether, let me see the quick way. I was watching. Did you happen to notice this in Financial Juice about the Fed? They don't have evidence about Fed share, which is not a surprise, but, you know, wow, it's pretty crazy. And it seems like it was one of those guys that was doing a lot of crying a few years back about weaponizing the DOJ. Pretty amazing. All right, have a great night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get something I'll get some trading. I've got to come up with something, whether it's even discretionary. I will okay, now let's do the market recap real quick. So I am off my stride here. But here you go. Here's Blue Boy. That's just a real expensive custom indicator that I put on the first print of every session, and that is called a vertical line. But it's, you know, I make a joke of it, but it's really helpful for me because it's a visual cue. When I look left, if I see that line, I know that I've got the entire session in view. So that means I have a firm understanding of the context of the session. Here we come back down to the IB high again. Now there's no trades for me after 2. I have an end of day rules, which if there is, I can set it for wherever, however many minutes I want, but currently it's set for 14:30. So if there were any trades positions on, they would be automatically liquidated at 14:30, and it doesn't put on any past 14. It makes sense. So here's context. Continuing on with the irrational exuberance of yesterday based on nothing. Clearly based on nothing. Just somebody saying something. But here we are. And then they just chopped them out. Wide swings, don't forget, this is a 66.45, and what do we got down here? You see that below, so about 80 points on 75, 72, yeah. Just about 100 points, actually. Close. Yeah, it's about 70, about 75 points. Range today. Same story over here. This is IRT. This is my basic charting package. Just to point out, chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, but here's an instrument, chart type, the periodicity, and the session in the header of each one of these of any of these IRT charts. So you always know what you're looking at, or can see it easily. I have two basic configurations here. This is for the micros, and this is an identical tab for the minis. As I'm trading the micros, I keep that in focus. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES my high time frame chart called a micro composite. And this is a E-mini market profile. I don't switch it back and forth to the micros. It just doesn't seem to make a difference to me. This higher time frame chart is pretty important. It is, again, looking at the header, micro ES 1 day chart, daily or THS only. Each candle then is a day. There's yesterday, today, Friday, etc. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around this, and that generates these high and low red and green lines here, which are high and low volume nodes. This is a high volume node, low volume node, high volume node, of the micro composite volume profile. And it also generates a micro composite VPOC, which after I include today will be generated. The high and low volume nodes push to bookmap, and so do the session prices. Let's see what we have for something I didn't look at today. Well, volume has come back to earth. It was 200 and some percent yesterday when that thing went off. And the ATR per 1 minute candle was up around almost 40 ticks. Pretty crazy. Now it's pretty much normal. That's what I thought. I didn't even think to look, but that's what I was thinking. So the more important things of the pre-market wrap is what is going to happen. Now, news-wise, we didn't really have anything today. We had the S&P Global Manufacturing and Services at 0845. They didn't have a hell of a lot of impact on the market. Tomorrow, we're going to have even less. No 3-star events, so it's going to be all quiet on the Western Front unless something crazy goes on geopolitically. And that's become way more of the norm than it is the exception. This is investing.com, which is free, and you can filter it for wherever you are and whatever reports you're interested in. I keep them free on purpose because I want to be able to have anybody that comes through the stream be able to have advantage of any resources that I use that I can. I can't do anything about the price of Bookmap or IRT, right? But I can, leave these free so that you know that's the case. And it's very usable. Notice that the title of the event changes to a URL. If you don't know what export price index means, you can click that button and see the most recent releases and who puts out the report and what all about it. I appreciate that. The one thing about economicinvesting.com is they put out normal, standard, traditional economic numbers and releases. They don't track press conference here, signing something there, swearing somebody in over here. They don't track any of those things because typically they didn't have anything to do with the markets. They didn't have any impact on our auction. Today, of course, we all know that's not the truth. And also there's earnings, and we're still doing earnings, so there we go. The other one that I use is in Financial Juice, and I use it particularly because they have a similar docket over here, and usually they're very good about pulling in things like this. Now, this is not going to have any impact on our auction. It's just an example I'm using because it's at 17:30, which is 5:30. So that's 30 minutes into the ETH session. The swearing in of the DHS secretary, that's that new Jimmy John or Bobby Ray or whatever his name is from Oklahoma. It's going to replace Christy No. Why would that have any impact on our auction or on the markets? It normally wouldn't. But anytime that these particular administration people get around cameras or microphones, you never know what might be said, just like yesterday. Out of no place comes that announcement, and the market goes, 150 points in 5 minutes. So I really appreciate. Now, I'm kind of disappointed, as I said a few minutes ago, that they didn't pull in this. If you notice, right down here is Trump ends remarks at 1400, basically. Well, there was nothing here about him making any remarks. So that was an unrecognized risk that could have been a potential disaster to us as traders. Because we are, as traders today, we are risk managers. Your mission as a trader is to protect your account, preserve your account, and grow it. You do that with risk management. If you can't manage the risk or identify the risk, you are exposing your account to potential huge risk. Imagine if you were short yesterday morning with no targets or stops. Good God, your account was just devoured in 5 seconds. That's why I make no political comments or statements one way or another, but it's a reality. So that's important to know. Now, on this side is more of a squawk box idea, and over here is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance, which will occur today at 1450 and every day at 1450. So again, we're pretty well balanced today. It's a fairly normal looking distribution. And they're going to look like they're going to close it pretty much if they close it where we are right now, pretty much in the center. So just play your cards close to your vest if you're watching the overnight, in my opinion. And we will stand by for the market on close and balance at 1450. Then the stream will close at 1500. Had a hiccup this morning about an hour in. The internet went out, and I had to restart the stream and do a bunch of stuff with the data, get my data back up and everything. The entire place went dead here. Outside, obviously. Something with AT&T fiber. And I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. I trade live, AMP futures, funded account, funded by me, here on Bookmap. I anticipate the trades, I talk about the trades, I discuss how I'm going to enter them, when I enter them, how I'm going to manage the trade is all very, very openly and clearly discussed and graphed here on Bookmap. Which is kind of strange for me because I am not licensed to provide financial or trade advice. So I by no means intend to have my trading influence what anyone else might want to do. This is my trading journal, so it does me no good to hide something. You understand? And the reason, everything that I see is captured by the video. The only way that I get what I'm thinking at the moment into this stream is my voiceover or this narration. So that's that. Now we're 5 points high here, by the way, so if you want to see what it's really like, that's 2.5 points high. Can't even get close to one point high as I usually do. This extreme volatility. And also, on the other side of that coin, then, when I'm backtesting, like over here, when we were talking about the initial balance trades, this stuff, these trades, happen within the IRT simulated environment. And I point this out early in the mornings also, because no attempt to be sneaky here, but I am not confident enough in my ability to code this to take it to the next step from backtesting, which I have no problem doing, to actually having this algorithmically trade live through my AMP account. There's a bunch of back and forth communication that needs to happen between the exchange and the algorithm, time stamping and all that kind of stuff that I'm not aware that I have the skills for to do, so I don't do that. But very clearly simulated, and that's within IRT. Over here, it is live trading, and what I've been trying to do is to forward test this live. Is when a trade is taken in the sim on the back test, then I replicate it manually in Bookmap. I haven't done anything for this week because it's been so crazy, volatility wise. What else was I gonna talk about here quickly? So we got a minute for the market on close imbalance. We know that there's no numbers tomorrow. Who the hell knows who's gonna say what, It's like, it is a little too crazy for this old cowboy. Now this swearing in ceremony will be real fraught with all kinds of market moving stuff, because both Trump, of course, and this new guy he's a real outspoken person also. But fortunately, it'll only be impacting the overnight, the ETH, and it may linger through, but it won't be some sort of a drama for us in the middle of the auction, And maybe nothing. They might both be real pleased and happy, and there you go. I don't know. There's our market on close imbalance, and exactly nothing happened. We'll wait for it to pop over here and see what they come up with. And then we'll take it into the close at the top of the hour. Oh, one other thing about transparency while we're waiting. Notice that the bottom of my monitors, I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. You can always see the entire book map, the bottom of my screen, any open programs, computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, the whole schmear. And here we go. So very, very muted. This is some of the lowest market imbalance numbers I've ever seen. 28 million, 32 million, 18 million, 183 million. That's like nothing. I will point out what I mean by like nothing. This was yesterday. That's 928 million. I hope it's still in here. And here you go. 7,645,000,000 contracts, S&P contracts to sell on close. 7,654,000,000 contracts. Just staggering. And we worry they're chasing our stops. All right, so again, I'll be shutting her down the top of the hour. Every trading day morning at 8 o'clock, this pre-market, I do all the setup. I put in the statistics for the day, show you how to determine all of that, set up bookmap to trade with the bracket orders, analyze the pre-market, figure out what you think is going to happen, and start the day. One other thing I was going to show you if I can. I don't know if still any of them available still here or not. I don't think so, no. Okay. So yeah, that's it. And we have 8 minutes to the top of the hour. One thing that's pretty important to understand that I try to point out every day and that is that the most important critical piece of equipment you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. You need to take that on board for a minute and realize that it's the truth. We spend so much time and thought and effort on screens and refresh rate and indicators and mentorship and finding this setup and blah, 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 blah. Think about it. Your eyes take all of that data in, your brain processes all that data and makes decisions that you will use to make financial choices for you and your family. You can do without monitors, you can do without some software, most indicators, but you can't do anything without those two pieces of equipment that are inside your head. So you need to be real focused as you are on the rest of this external stuff in trading with you and your health. Be sure you're well rested. Be sure you're well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt for some reason when the day starts, throw the mouse in the garbage can or go outside or whatever it is you do, but don't trade. Because Monkey Boy is going to be swinging around the room on the chandeliers, that won't be any good. That won't have a good ending. And every couple hours, get up and get out the door and look down the street, peek in the neighbor's backyard, whatever it is you do, wherever you can get soft focus and look off into the distance somewhere and rest your eyes from this intense short-range focus that we are in all the time with our charts. And you need to be healthy. You need to be fit. You need to work out, exercise, get your blood pumping. That helps you think more clearly. That helps your eyes see better. Coming down now. And it's important to understand, if you don't already, that we are in a zero-sum game or business. Futures, as futures traders. And that means that I hope you know that we trade contracts. And the futures contract requires a buyer and a seller. It is virtually impossible to have more of one than the other, ever. Traded contracts. Of course, in resting liquidity, sure, you can have more than one than the other, right up there at the top. Look at there. But trades, absolutely not. And it's also very important to understand or realize that every one of these sells coming down here, every time somebody sells this, oh God, we're going to the bottom, this is so great, I'm on a big short, somebody is on the other side of that trade buying that. Now, how do you suppose that other counterparty, what do you suppose they want, and how do you suppose they're going to profit? That's why the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. And typically, the people on the short end of the stick are the retail guys, like us. The people that are trading for high time frame are some of the most highly educated, young, physically fit, super well-funded, extremely well-supported traders in the world. And they come into the office and they don't care about you. They don't care about my stops. They don't care about your stops. Nothing personal. They understand very well that it's a zero-sum game and there's a counter, that there are two participants in every trade. And their focus is to be the winning participant in as many trades as they can. That's how their companies make billions of dollars, and these guys make hundreds of thousands of dollars as quant and traders per year. So, if you think you're going to, go out and get hammered and come sashaying into the office and slop down in a chair in your underwear and trade and make big bucks, I think you got another thing coming. You better approach it from the right perspective, in my opinion. So that's my sermon. I'll put the soapbox away now, and we're going to got the day down here in another couple of minutes. And sorry about the inconvenience with the stream first thing this morning, but what are you going to do? I had to restart everything, including the router and the switch, and get the fiber optic back in business and start it back up again. So here we are. I'm sorry that this stream isn't exciting trading TV with a lot of, clicks and buys and bells and whistles and all that. But this is a business. This is me running my trading business, allowing everyone to look over my shoulder and being completely transparent. And, this is what I'm doing at the time. There's absolutely no intention that this is my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing at the time, and I really appreciate anybody, when you come through the stream, like and subscribe, participate in the chat. I think what you're doing is okay. That's the stupidest thing I ever saw in my life. Here's what I do, and it works well. I'm all about that. I'm all about sharing and finding out what will improve us all as traders. Anton has had a lot of great things, suggestions. Antonio, same. So, yeah, that's where this stream is. And I guess probably why I'm probably never gonna get 8 million gazillion subscribers and make all my money on YouTube. Wouldn't that be great? I mean, we were talking about that quite a bit this morning, about these people that they make their money on, selling indicators or subs or private room, and you never see any of them ever trade live.
Slow computer.
So we'll see. And in case you're curious about any of this other stuff, these little levels and lines right here are my pullback and continuation zones from the initial balance trade that they pushed through to Bookmap at 9:30 in the morning. These are the 1 and 2 standard deviation bands either side of the RTH VWAP. Excuse me. This was a suggestion by Anton. Interesting to watch. Look at that. How many times it'll take a pick off of one of those lines. Have to be real careful that you don't let your monkey mind, take over. And be seeing patterns in the middle of no place. But there you go. All right, that's 1,500, and that's it for this old cowboy. I'll tell you that right now. I will be, as always, the stream will close here at the top of the hour now. I'll leave all my machines up until the switch over. By the way, if anybody could use the session prices, I share them freely with anybody that drops something in the chat. A whole bunch of people in a couple other areas. It's free. You can put them in Bookmap or wherever you want to put them. It's a CSV file from Google, and I start pushing these levels out at 1700 on Sunday, continuous through 1600 on Friday. So there you go. All right, have a great night, and remember what the old guy said. Remember the boomerism. Get up, get away from the screens, go do something healthy, do some squats, do some sit-ups, do some push-ups, do something. And, get healthy. Trade safe. All the best. See you tomorrow at 0800 Central Standard Time. Thanks for